crowd gathering outside Coors Field, and they'll soon file inside because the game is about to begin. Rockies opening up a 4-game set against the Atlanta Braves. They'll be in Atlanta the latter part of August for a 3-game set, so 7 with the Rockies' friends from Georgia this year. Kyle Kendrick will take the mound, 9-4 lifetime against Atlanta. And Kendrick this year looking for his 4th victory. And the Atlanta Braves will have Jace Peterson, a feisty guy, leading things off. Let's take a look at the rest of their lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Freddie Gonzalez will put Cameron Maybin, who had a 3-run home run in Milwaukee yesterday, in the 2 spot. Nick Markakis, the longtime Baltimore Oriole, will be next. Kelly Johnson, Juan Uribe, he'll bat 5th. A.J. Brzezinski's really swinging it well. Chris Johnson will be at first base. He'll bat 7th. Freddie Freeman, of course, still on the DL with a wrist injury. Andrelton Simmons will bat 8th. The terrific shortstop. And Alex Wood, out of the University of Georgia, will pitch and bat 9th. And here's some more on Kendrick.
Well, you mentioned his numbers, 9-4 with a 3.44 ERA against Atlanta. The only other active pitcher that has more wins against him is Cole Hamels. So that's a good sign for Kyle, coming off a couple consecutive outings where he did not allow a walk. But we know that the big issue with Kyle is going to be the home run. He's at 23 home runs, and that's not a real good number, and including 13 here at Coors Field, and at least 2 home runs in 5 out of his last 7 games at Coors.
Well, the Braves over the last 3 days were at Miller Park in Milwaukee. They took 2 of 3. They lost yesterday despite a couple of long balls. Kelly Johnson hit one, and as I mentioned, Maybin hit a 3-run shot. They lost late 6-5. But the Braves are playing good baseball. Despite the numerous changes and a number of roster moves, Freddie Gonzalez's club has seen 49 different players playing the big leagues this year for them. They're just a game under 500. They're only 4.5 back in the National League East.
And those 49 players, that leads all of baseball. Last year they used 39 all year long.
That's crazy, isn't it?
That's
10 more, and we're not at the All-Star break. Here's the 0-1 to Jace Peterson, and that is lined to center field. 1 out. 75 degrees, our game time temperature. The Rockies in the black sleeveless jerseys, and this is how they will present themselves defensively. Drew Stubbs getting the start in left field. We mentioned Charlie. Cargo's in right. Nolan Arenado, Troy Tulowitzki naturally on the left side. DJ and Willeen Rosario tonight on the right side, and Nick Hundley doing the catching. So here's Cameron Maybin, and Cameron just a different guy since he came from San Diego. I mean, this is a guy with a world of talent. He's well thought of. He's been with now 4 different organizations. I chatted with him during batting practice today, and I asked him how much of this resurgence for you has to do with being closer to home, and his eyes just lit up, his face lit up. He said it's unbelievable. It's been huge for me because his family lives in Asheville. Mom and Dad are in every home series because he grew up in the Charlotte area.
Comfort level. I mean, he's going back somewhere where he feels comfortable. And another thing for Cameron is you see him get a base hit. I mean, this isn't what we saw when he was with the Padres. He's trying to stay inside the baseball a lot more than he ever did with the Padres. I also just saw a moment ago, he was choking up on the bat. I don't remember that when he was wearing the other uniform.
Well, you made a great point. Look how short he is to the ball here, and he used to have a really long swing.
But see, look at this back elbow. Look at that thing. I mean, it is so close to his body. That's how you inside out the baseball. And he wouldn't do that, but talking to some people with the Braves, they say he and Kevin Seitzer, the hitting coach for Atlanta, they have clicked.
Big time. He mentioned that also, Jeff. He said that he just has found a guy that understands his swing and has helped him immensely.
Isn't it amazing, though, that somebody that's played as long as he has and probably heard this, I don't know how many times, you try to teach it to your boys, I did it to mine, is stay inside the ball, stay short to the baseball, hit it the other way, go opposite field. I'm sure he's heard that growing up. And now, finally, after you said 4 organizations, he's figured it out.
Yeah, good for him. He's a threat, obviously, to run also. Kyle Kendrick holding the baseball. And That pitch is down low, so it's 1-1 on Nick Markakis. Strange not to see him in a Baltimore uniform. And what's neat for Nick, he told me he'd never played at Coors Field before stepping into the box tonight. It's one of 2 stadiums in his 10-year career he had never played at. Coors Field, and later on he'll knock off the other one. He's never played at Busch.
But those are the check marks. That's the bucket list of players. When you can go to all these stadiums, say, well, I've knocked this one off, I've got that. But the Rockies, the last 2 times they had played the Orioles was back in Baltimore.
Yep, over at Camden Yards. 1-1 on Markakis. Guy has had a very accomplished career. Maybe not going, and this is bounced to DJ, and the Rockies will turn it over. Well done by their all-stars up the middle. A 4-6-3 for Kyle Kendrick, and we'll see the Rockies on offense when we return. Well, would be Rockies baseball this year if we didn't have dark clouds and rain in the area. And it has started to rain right now. You see folks scrambling underneath. The entire lower deck is moving rapidly. Crazy. Just absolutely unbelievable.
I'm trying to think of the last game we had here at home that we didn't have a rain delay. I think that'd be the easier way to look at it.
You know, if we were in Atlanta, you'd have the expectation that, you know, something like this would occur on a regular basis. It is all of a sudden pouring out. The crew chief is Jeff Kellogg at first, and he's looking over. He's looking over in the direction of the camera well. There's Jeff, and now we got thunder, and the first pitch misses to Charlie Blackmon.
It's starting to come
down.
down.
It may be one of those things where he's got to pull guys off the field just to let this thing pass.
Keeps looking up in the sky.
You know, he was looking over at Raz a moment ago, and you know what? He's moving. He's moving. He's going to pull everybody off. Yep, get off the field. And it's coming in our booth right now with the winds changed. Well, 2015 Rockies baseball and rain. Remarkable. We've played 3 outs, and here comes the tarp. 2 hours and 7 minutes of rain delay last night, and we'll have a rain delay here in the middle of the first. The good news is it shouldn't, as long as it's not a protracted rain delay, should not affect the starting pitchers tremendously.
Until you hit the 45-minute mark, definitely up to an hour.
Whoa, I'll tell you what, I've never seen it rain this far inside the booth.
Rain sideways in the booth.
Well, it's become standard operating procedure. We're going to take you to Rockies real time right now. soon as the rain passes or we have an update, we'll have that for you as well. But it's raining at Coors Field again, something different. my watch says it's 5 minutes of 9 o'clock, and we've played 3 outs. There's a 2-0 count on Charlie Blackmon, and the guy that established that 2-0 count's no longer in the game. Alex Wood is gone, and there's a new arm out there.
Jake Brigham.
Jake Brigham, who came up from the minor leagues a short while ago, is going to continue on for as long as he can go. Now, he's a starter in the minor leagues. He's been pitching long haul a little bit. It's just his 4th appearance for Jake Brigham. So he'll take over here in the 1st inning.
Well, and the last time he started, though, down in the minor leagues was back on June 23rd. Since then, it's been 3 innings, 1 inning. His last outing was 2/3 of an inning. So how long can he go? I think the Braves are just hoping, much like when David Hale gets out there, that they could just go as long as they can into this game and try not to burn up a bullpen.
So again, it's a 2-0 count on Charlie. We're in the bottom of the 1st inning as we resume. Doug, how long was that rain delay?
2 hours.
2:06. And yesterday was 2:07.
2:07 yesterday.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and 10 minutes later than we started yesterday.
2 hours and 6 minutes. I'm writing down.
So that takes us over 22 hours. 2 hours or 20 hours and 24 minutes. No, I can't even add, Doug. 22 hours and 24 minutes. Sorry.
Looked like he held up. No swing. 3-1. Home plate umpire is Mark Ripperger. Mark's in his first full season as a major league umpire. We've seen him a bunch over the last few years. Jeff Kellogg at first. Paul Emmel at second. Corey Blazers at third. Fouled off.
So you go into this game with a game plan of facing the left-hander Alex Wood. How is he going to pitch you? Fastball, curveball, changeup, different arm slot, and then you have the rain delay. And now you're studying videotape on this new right-hander that nobody really has seen because he's been pitching most of the year down in the minor leagues. And that's the thing that the hitters are going to look at. Freddie Gonzalez, I'm sure they had a lot of discussion. Who is going to go start after this rain delay? How is it going to work? They go to their long man, Brigham. Walt had to do the same on his side of the dugout.
Brigham, originally a 6th-round pick in 2006 by the Texas Rangers out of Central Florida Christian Academy, a high school. He's 27. So at one point during the rain delay, I'm talking to my wife, and just south of here, it was beautiful.
It's Colorado. That's the way it is. That's the way it's been. I mean, we even had one where they took the tarp off, got the field ready, put the tarp back on.
It's been absolutely ridiculous. And Brigham strikes out Blackmon. Take a look at the Rockies lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Walt's changed some things up a little bit tonight for this first game of 4 against the Braves. He has Nolan Arenado batting second, Tulowitzki batting third, Rosario Cargo in the 5 spot. That was against the Wood, the lefty, and DJ in an RBI spot in the 6 spot. And he'd be batting second primarily, then Hundley, Stubbs, and now David Hale. Always aggressive, fouls off the first pitch. So again, we were talking about this during one of the updates. With David Hale, who was supposed to start tomorrow, going tonight, the Rockies, I'm guessing, would make a roster move. They don't have to, but you would think they would make a roster move before the ball game tomorrow. And their long haul reliever is down right now, Johan Flanda. This is pulled down the left field line, stay fair, and it will. And it'll be a double for Nolan. Boy, did he ever get the barrel out there. And for Arenado, that's his 20th double of the year to go with the 24 home runs.
It's a lot of extra base hits for Nolan, and he pulls this inside pitch. The Subaru Supermo sinking fastball opens the hip up. It's about belt high. He drives it to that corner. Also checking out, as you see the 20th double in the season, you're also checking out the field, at least the base paths. If you're Nolan, how's that turn going to be at third if I go hard around there to make sure I don't slip?
Tulowitzki at the plate. He had the 20-game hitting streak, and he takes a 91-mile-an-hour fastball for strike one. The Rockies haven't seen Brigham before. And that gets away for a moment from A.J. Pierzynski, but no advancement for Nolan.
These are the hardest ones for a base runner to distinguish. Where did that ball actually go? You could see Nolan saying, well, I saw it go behind him, but I don't know how far because of the depth perception.
One on Tula. And this is popped up to shallow right. Coming on quickly is Markakis, and that's the second out. Braves have been pretty solid defensively. Kelly Johnson has always been more of a second baseman out in left field these days. Cameron Maybin covers a lot of ground with his long leg. Nick Markakis, a good outfielder. Wateribe's at third, one of the best shortstops in the game. Andrelton Simmons, Jace Peterson at second. Chris Johnson's over at first for the injured Freddie Freeman. And 38-year-old A.J. Pierzynski's behind the plate, signed a one-year deal with the Braves during the offseason, and he's been terrific for them. Here's A.J.
Had to work with a lot of different pitchers.
29.
29, include 10 guys that have made their major league debut for the Braves.
Moline fouls it off. Think about that, 29 pitchers, and despite the fact that they've used 29 pitchers, 49 players overall, which is already 11 more than they used all of last year. Freddie Gonzalez's team comes in a game south of 500 and just 4.5 back in third place in the National League East.
And he's really had to mix and match a lot this year. They didn't have the same power lineup. They have guys that'll hit the ball more from line to line, but not the home runs. They're sitting last in the National League with only 54 home runs.
Well, that's up in it. Evan Gattis is in Houston. Jason Hayward's in St. Louis. Justin Upton, who led them in seemingly every big offensive category, is in San Diego.
And Freddie Freeman is hurt.
And Freddie Freeman is hurt.
Freddie's missed the last 19 games, sprained his right wrist back on June 18th. Well, actually the 14th. They put him on the DL on the 18th.
Luis Rosario can come through with 2 outs. This is what eluded the Rockies last night. They lost 3-2 to the Angels. They had 13 hits in the ball game, yet only 2 runs. That's hard to do.
They left 13 men on base, which was a season high. They are also just 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position.
Timely hit. That's what Williams trying to provide right here. Here's the 1-2. And he does. Rips it to the gap in right center field. Nolan will come on down. And heading to second with the double is Willeen Rosario, a 2-out ribby. And the Rockies break on top 1-0 over Atlanta.
21st RBI for Willeen, also his 10th double this season. And he was hitting cleanup today because of the left-hander Alex Wood that was on the hill. And now he gets the big hit off the right-hander on just a belt-high fastball. How about that? That is so easy for a hitter when it's sitting right on that tee. and you don't have to adjust your hands at all, and he drives at the opposite field.
That ball landed probably about 25 feet up to the outfield grass with that wet grass, and as hard as it was hit, it shot all the way to the wall. Here's Cargo. He had 3 hits last night. And he takes outside ball 1.
With the runner at second base, even though that the Braves aren't pulling the shift on Cargo like we've seen almost every other team do. The second baseman's just playing right on the dirt.
It's kind of strange to see that.
You know, one reason he might be still on the dirt is, as you mentioned, the wet grass in the outfield. Would you want that ball to get out there where it has another 2 or 3 hops before it get to you, and you pick it up and you're throwing a wet baseball? But still not having the shortstop more over on the second base side.
This ball's pulled to right. This will get another run home. This will go to the wall. Cargo headed to second with a double. It's 2-0 Colorado. So the rain delay has picked up the bats for the Rockies. 3 doubles in the inning, and it's 2-0 Rockies.
This was almost like a carbon copy of the double he hit last night. Same swing, same top spin where it just jumps off the bat. And last night the ball exit velocity speed was well over 100 miles an hour, and that one has to be too. 14th double of the season for Cargo.
Here's LeMahieu, a chance to drive in a run. We all know how good he's been in the 2-out RBI category. DJ 8 for his last 17.
A couple guys in the game tonight that are some of the highest averages when they're behind in the count. DJ's 5th at 318. Nick Markakis is 4th in the league. I'm talking about all major leagues.
That's a line drive, but it's right at the second baseman, Peterson. The Rockies, the bottom of the first, coming out of the rain delay, throw out 3 doubles to take a 2-0 lead. Sports is brought to you by your hometown Toyota stores. Let's go places. By Office Liquidators, offering Colorado's largest selection and lowest prices for new, used, and refurbished office furniture. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Here's some of the scenes from the multiple rain delays. It's actually one, but you know what? The winds really were flying. Willeen Rosario, Walt Weiss running out there to help out. EY.
That tarp got heavy because of that rain. Got stuck with the tarp and the mud underneath on the infield.
They had a lot of work to do because of how quickly that came in on the field. And then once they got the work done, the clouds opened up again, and they had to put the tarp back down. David Hale takes over. Kyle Kendrick. Kyle was outstanding. Gets to go to the shower. He had a 1-2-3 first inning. He did give up a hit, but he had a double play behind him. David Hale was scheduled to go tomorrow. Tapped him on the shoulder and said, hey, you want to go against your hometown club?
Go get him tonight, because that's what you have.
He's on the ground to short.
That's a good start for David. He was originally a draft pick of the Braves back in 2009, excuse me, went 5-5 with a 3.02 ERA. 2013 and 2014. So he's going up against his old club. That's always different that first time you have to do it.
David out of Marietta, Georgia. Went on to Princeton. So Kelly Johnson is retired, and Juan Uribe comes up. I asked Juan earlier, I said, who are the biggest influences on you when you arrived in Denver? And the first guy he mentioned, Neifi Perez.
Neifi. What a fun guy to play with. Yeah, because I played with him when I was with the Rockies, went to camp. I didn't make it the club. I was sent down to AAA playing in Colorado Springs. On that team, had Neifi, had Todd Helton, and Craig Counsell.
Good group.
Great group. So we were down there.
Neifi was a good player, but Neifi was funny, wasn't he?
Just cracked jokes at himself and then other players.
And Juan still keeps in touch with him. He sees him in the Dominican in the offseason. Neifi comes from a very talented family. Ball's fouled off. One sister was an attorney. There was musicians in the family as well.
Sure, maybe not having a fear of any ground ball. I mean, it kind of reminded me of Omar Vizquel when he was that way. Won a Gold Glove in 2000.
2-2 inside, 3-2. I was trying to get money out of an ATM years ago in Houston, and all of a sudden the language on the screen flipped to Spanish, and Neifi was behind me. It's on the ground. DJ's going to have to keep the spikes on the grass, and he does. 2 outs. Neifi's behind me, and he's laughing. And I couldn't figure it out. So he helps me through it, and we always had a good laugh about that, because for years after that, Neifi would always say, "You owe me $100."
You need help.
That's right. You owe me $100. So you can get money out of that ATM in Houston. Yep. A.J. Pierzynski, 10 for his last 13. He did not play yesterday in the 6-5 loss in Milwaukee, but A.J. in the previous 3 games did something he's never done in a very long and productive career. He had 3 straight games with 3 hits. Tonight is his 1,820th game behind the plate, which is, check this out, 11th all time. That's how long a career he's had. 2-0. That's in there, 2-1. Number 1 on the list, your old teammate,
Pudge Rodriguez.
Pudge Rodriguez, 2,427 games in a squatting position. 2-2.
Even at 38 for Pierzynski, it doesn't seem like his skills have declined at all.
He's going to give you a good at bat. He's going to handle the pitching staff. Bring a little fire to a locker room. Good inning for David Hale. 3 ground balls. We'll go to the bottom of the second. The Rockies have a 2-0 lead. So they're up 2-0. Nick Hundley's going to lead it off in the second inning. Fans, you can join in on the conversation. Send us your thoughts or photos or both via Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. Utilize the hashtag Toyota Talk. So Nick Hundley against Jake Brigham. Nick last night had 3 hits and 4 at-bats, an RBI single, a double, and then another single late in the ball game. Takes a strike at the knees. The original first pitch temperature was 75 degrees, and it's now 62 degrees.
On July 9th.
We were talking to our colleague for a while, Chip Carey, who used to do the Cubs games, and he was telling us a story. His wife, and at the time his kids were really young, and it was the 4th of July, and they came down. His wife came downstairs to take the kids to the beach right there on Lake Michigan, and in their apartment building, the doorman opens the door and said, "You know, you probably need some sweatshirts or something." She said, "It's July 4th." He said, "Yeah, it's 47 degrees." She booked a plane back to Orlando.
Chip was calling the games in Chicago for the Cubs when I was playing there in 2000.
That's right. That's right. 2 strikes the count on Nick Hundley. Fouls it off. Chip did a great job there, and that was a difficult set of circumstances. Obviously, the Cubs were struggling. He's replacing a legend,
yes,
as an announcer who just happened to be his grandfather.
Pretty tough shoes to fill.
Yeah. And Chip has a, you know, Harry was very lovable, but you know, Chip has different personality. That's Rick to Simmons. Well, right now the dugout, if they want to be a wise guy, they yell at Jake Brigham, "You got to pop it up."
Yeah, they've hit some rockets. That line drive from Nick, DJ lining out last half inning, the doubles before that. Just kind of looking at it with the eyes, just watching it. Brigham is trying to sink the fastball 91, 92 miles an hour. Kind of a baby cutter at 84, no slider.
This ball clubbed deep right center field, and Stubbs has gone deep. In virtually the same spot where he hit a home run a couple of days ago. Make it 3-0 Colorado.
And those were the pitches he was swinging through before he was sent down. The fastball away from him, it would have been strike 2. Now he's putting it over the fence.
Yeah, what a good feeling it's got to be for Drew. I mean, it was agonizing, I think, for his teammates, for fans to watch what he was going through earlier. Where literally half of his swings were misses, and now we're seeing what we saw a lot of last year. When Drew connects and lifts the ball, it's going to go far. That shot down the right field line by Hale, and David has himself a base hit as Chris Johnson couldn't corral it.
When you're lost at the plate, you're not going to be able to stay on a pitch that's away from you because the hip's going to open up, but not for Drew. Look at this, right down the barrel of the bat, on the sweet spot. Everything's connecting. Your whole body is transferring weight that way. And for Drew to hit that ball out again, as you said, it's almost identical to his home run he had a few days ago when he hit it out. I mean, that's so nice to see.
Well, he's worked very hard while he's here with Blake Doyle, and then when he went down, he was working with Dave Hadjick and Glenn Allen Hill. I mean, G. Hill's an old teammate of yours. He knows a thing or two about hitting the baseball.
Yeah, and they're different styles because I think with Davey, he's a little bit more mechanical. G's more of the mental side, so they work well as a combo. because they can hit all aspects of hitting.
Yep. Charlie takes inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And one final thought on Drew. I was talking to him yesterday in the clubhouse, and not to divulge too much, but he said the biggest thing for him is when he went down, his first road trip was to Round Rock. That's where his family's from. And they didn't care about Drew as a ball player. They just want to know about him as a person.
Yeah.
And he said that really helped him kind of clear the mind and hit the reset button.
Who wants tacos? If the Rockies score 7 or more, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day. Do it between 4 and 6. Get your Rockies taco special. Live Mas at Taco Bell. Blackman with a 1-2 count. 1 man out. That was a line shot by Hundley at Andrelton Simmons. Arenado is on deck. Nolan doubled last inning. Quick start for the Rockies against the Braves. And it's fouled off left side.
Kind of lost in that home run, and Charlie's at bat here was David Hale's 2nd hit of the year. Snuck one down the first base bag.
And that'll drop into left field for a base hit. And it's 1st and 2nd for Arenado. This could turn into a nightmare for Freddie Gonzalez. So he loses his starter Alex Wood, as the Rockies did Kyle Kendrick, because of the 2+ hour rain delay. Now he puts Jake Brigham out there, and the Rockies are peppering Brigham here in the 2nd. And they hit him hard, obviously, in the 1st.
Could be one of those nights where you just have to just kind of wear it. But for the Braves, like the Rockies, they're only carrying 4 guys on the bench.
They have an extra arm down there in the bullpen. Nolan takes a strike. You know, Nolan with that double now is a 20-20 guy. 20 home runs, 20 doubles, not stolen bases. In 2015, there are 5 other members of that little club. Bryce Harper, Todd Frazier. It's outside. Josh Donaldson, Paul Goldschmidt. You know what all 5 of those guys have in common?
All-stars.
They will be busy next Tuesday night. Can't call them up and invite them out to dinner if you're one of their old friends. They got plans.
You can watch me while you're eating dinner.
Exactly. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Nolan. David Hale is at 2nd. Charlie Blackmon at 1st.
Early here, just watching these first 2 innings unfold for Brigham. It looks like his go-to pitch, his strikeout pitch, would be the slider. That's what he's throwing when he's been ahead in the count. There it is.
That's poked to right for a hit. Hale gets a stop sign from Glenn Allen Hill. Or excuse Glenn Allen Hill from Stu Cole. And I was watching Glenn Allen Hill coach third the other day in Albuquerque. But Stu Cole obviously would send just about anybody else in that situation except a pitcher.
Well, Roger McDowell, the pitching coach, comes out. Let's take a look at that swing from Nolan. And I said that it was going to be a slider, and that's what it was on the Subaru Supermo. Look at the bend in the back right here. That allows him to reach out and make contact. He doesn't even finish his swing. He'll stop it at about the halfway point. So the head goes down to the barrel there, but watch, the bat will only come out to about right here, and then he stops it. He's just trying to punch it to right field. Well, David Hale's running hard, but by the time he reached third base, Stu Cole had already put up the stop sign because of the arm in right field of Nick Markakis, and you have Troy Tulowitzki coming up.
So the bases are drunk. Hale Blackman, Arenado all on board for Tulowitzki. Troy hit a fly ball to shallow right his first time, riding that 20-game hitting streak. Outside, ball one. Seven hits already for the Rockies.
I like that bottom stat, 3 for 6 with 7 RBIs this year with the bases loaded.
And Troy lifts one to left field. Hale tagging, and he's going to try to score on the arm of Kelly Johnson, and he will. So Tulowitzki with the sac fly is 46th RBI, and the Rockies have a 4-0 lead.
It goes back to Stu not sending him on that base hit, knowing there's only one out. Chances of getting the ball in play pretty good. Troy got the sac fly. 46 RBI. Kelly Johnson, more of an infielder than he is an outfielder, and he showed it on that arm. It's just a different throwing motion, not taking anything away from Kelly Johnson. It's just that it's a longer throw from the outfield, longer arm action. And in left field for Kelly Johnson, his arm is below average out there. At second base, it's fine. Cameron Maybin, very strong arm, above average. Accuracy is right at average. Nick Markakis is the guy, that strong right fielder's arm, typical arm of what you would see for a right fielder if you're grading it out.
And Willeen bounces this one to Simmons, and that will end the inning. But the Rockies, who scored 2 in the first, add 2 in the second against Jake Brigham. And it all began with the home run from Drew Stubbs to the Rockies bullpen. 4-0 Colorado as we embark on the third inning.
Who is now pitching for the Rockies after the rain delay. Andrew said he's from Marietta, Georgia, drafted by the Braves. I talked to him about that, and he said, yeah, my dad and my aunts, he's got a big family. His aunt said, hey, that was pretty nice that the Braves picked you in 2009. They chose you. And he said, no. I didn't choose them. It was just by random. And they didn't understand how he became a Brave because he's from Georgia just by choice. But he got traded to the Rockies on January 30th this year. He was in Orlando getting ready for spring training. And when I was talking to him today about facing his old team, he said, I really only know Simmons, who's going to lead off this inning, or actually Johnson and Simmons, and that's about it. And then Doug told me a little story about a trade, which back in 1998 was the previous trade the Rockies made with the Braves. And it was Greg Colburn sent to the Braves for David Cortez and another pitcher. And I asked the Cowboy actually about what the deal was with that trade was. As this is lifted, and it's going to go over Blackman's head. Drew?
Well, it goes over Charlie's head, and then it takes one hop and goes over the center field wall. It's a ground rule double. Continue that story.
So that's the only trade the Braves made, and then the Rockies had to send Cortez back because he was damaged goods. But what Tracy Ringlesby told me was Don Baylor said to Greg Colburn, I no longer need you to protect Todd Helton in his rookie year in '98 because they were platooning. And sort of as a reward, he sent Colburn to the Braves. That was the only other trade the Rockies had made with Atlanta until this offseason when they got Hale. So that's why that trade looks a little funny on paper. But that was something Don Baylor wanted to do for Greg Colburn.
And I think from time to time, especially with veteran guys, good guys, you'll see clubs, in quotations, do that player a favor.
Two things. One, you know, how I feel about Don Baylor.
Sure.
He's one of the best guys that I've ever played for in the big leagues. But two, Greg Colburn, he was a good guy himself. So it worked out well for everybody involved. I mean, could he hit or what? I mean, he could.
Greg Colburn could hit.
Yeah, he could hit. It didn't matter how hard you were throwing. He was going to turn the fastball around.
It was good to see Groove, Don Baylor, the last couple of days. Two-strike count on Andrelton Simmons. Last year, the Rockies had his number. He was just 3 for 27 against the Rockies, as this one's bounced foul. Year before, he was very good against Colorado pitching, 346 average. Can this guy ever pick it?
3 errors on the season. We got 2 of the best in the game, fielding percentage-wise, range, sure hands, gold gloves.
Yeah, I think they have 4 of the last 5 gold gloves. Jimmy Rollins is in that mix also. It's blocked by Hundley. So Andrelton's won the last couple. Troy won in 2010, 2011. And in 2012, J-Roll won that particular year.
And for Simmons, he was the first Braves shortstop to win a gold glove.
This ball's lined pretty deep left field. Move it back and making the play through Stubbs. So nice to have. Rockies have good outfielders. I mean, every one of their outfielders are really center fielders by trade. Cargo is a center fielder. Charlie Blackmon's playing a lot of center now. Drew Stubbs been a center fielder his whole career. And Brandon Barnes has the ability to play center. We've seen him out there periodically as well.
And that's where Drew, when he went down, also played some corner outfield, because before that he would be that center fielder, and then the guys around him would have to move. More likely Charlie would have to move to a different position. But now they got Charlie in center and Drew's filling in the different spots.
Jake Brigham gets the bunt down. Hundley will fire safe. I knew that was coming. Rosario was kind of leaning off the bag when he had to reach up and catch that. The first base umpire, Jeff Kellogg, said his foot came off before he caught the ball. And, you know, they're going to look at it underneath. We'll look at it right now.
Didn't really throw that ball real hard, did Nick?
Now, that's close. Did his
spike
stay
still
on the bag?
And they are going to look at it.
Watch here.
Put on the bag.
You know what? You know what? And Willeen signaled right away. I think he kind of grazed the top of it. He kept the foot on there. I think that's an out.
He signaled to the dugout. Check, and then when that happens, of course, Brian Jones goes into overdrive, looking at all the different angles, video down in the clubhouse.
It is time for a Subaru review. Whether you're on the road or at the game, everybody could use a second set of eyes.
He's out.
He's out.
See, that didn't take long.
Nope.
Now we've got another issue, because I see Walt and Keith Duggar coming out to the mound and talking to David Hale. You see Willeen going up on the bag, foot on the bag as he catches the baseball. So there he's out. Sacrifice will go 2-3. And here's the discussion. And I saw David a few pitches ago kind of look at it, kind of move his leg like it was a hamstring or a groin.
Well, remember, he sprinted home on a sac fly last inning. Now you have the bunt down, and he's favoring his leg.
He's favoring his leg.
Yeah. I can't imagine him continuing.
You can't.
No, because it's just, if you've ever pitched, you're on a slope, so it's stressing the legs, and then again, you don't want to compromise the delivery because then you're worried about arm, shoulder.
You can't do that. And just looking at his body language now, you're on the phone.
This is, I mean,
this is the worst
between the weather
combo.
And now this. Now you're going to have to do it by committee. Christian Friedrich's grabbing his glove, and he's going to come on in.
So you go from tomorrow's starter to having to come in today and pitching an inning and 2/3.
You're down your long haul guy.
Your long haul guy's out, and now you've got to go to your bullpen here in the 3rd inning.
Unbelievable. Well, now the Rockies really have to make a move.
Might have to make a couple.
Yeah, there may be multiple moves. So Christian Friedrich will, as you know, have all the time he needs to get loose. On Root Sports is brought to you by the all-new Ford F-150. It's not just a truck, it's the future of tough. By Southwest Airlines, book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. There are 2 men out in the top of the 3rd inning for Atlanta. They have a base runner at 3rd, Chris Johnson. And the Rockies had to bring in Christian Friedrich when David Hale sort of limped off the field. I don't know if he aggravated it when he was running the bases or if it happened while he was on the mound.
I think it happened a couple pitches prior to that one. I saw him trying to stretch it out before that pitch. And now we have Christian Friedrich on the hill, our 3rd pitcher of the night for Colorado, as some more rain starts to fall down and some umbrellas pop out.
Well, naturally.
All you can do at this point is laugh. I mean, really. Many rain delays as we've had.
Turn off your sprinklers until next April.
A 37th appearance for Christian. And it's going to be up to him to hopefully eat up 3 innings. Well, and that's going to be asking a lot because of his role has changed from what it was earlier to what it is now.
Willeen, good movement, gets to the baseball, that ends the inning. Well, that'll help one pitch. As I was saying, you probably hope that he gets through this 3rd inning and then a couple more, 2 1/3, but we'll see. Christian Friedrich on 1 pitch gets the out in the 3rd. Rockies up 4-0. Not raining there, I guess. Your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag RMDataStrongFan, and you might just get yourself into an upcoming game broadcast. Cargo's at the plate. Cargo, an RBI double, ripped it down the right field line. Very similar to a ball he hit late in the ball game yesterday for a double. Facing Jake Brigham, and that ball's lined to left, and it's going to hit the base of the wall. Cargo's 2 for 2. With a pair of doubles, 1 to right, 1 to left. Gotta like it.
And I probably like this one better than the 1 to right because you have to do things more correctly as a hitter to hit it to left field as hard as he did. He just spoke this ball the other way.
15th double for Carlos.
Look at that. Ball has to travel deeper into your sweet spot at the bat. You have to wait on that pitch more.
Here's DJ, line to second his first time up. Now, we reference batting practice periodically on the broadcast. Jeff played more than 10 years in the big leagues, and we've all seen batting practice in our business a ton, and these guys are the best guys in the world. Cargo still today, and it was a different weather pattern then. It was hot. The sun was out. You want to talk about a show. He hit balls off the facade of the 3rd deck. Exit speed off the bat. You and I were saying, are you kidding me?
I mean, no idea.
I was kidding him because his first round, usually, you know, you go oppo the first round, kind of ease into it. His first round, he hit 3 in the 2nd deck and 1 off the facade of the 3rd deck. I said, I guess the heck with going opposite field.
It looked like he was playing on a Little League field. I mean, that's how far he was hitting the ball. Yeah, I don't know what the exit speed was in batting practice, but it had to have been, you know, well over 100 miles an hour. And that's from a guy that's on BP at about 55 or 56.
Yep.
Not 90.
1 and 2 on DJ. He's just going to work. We were discussing in his first at bat, one of the best in the game this year. hitting behind in the count.
The leader of that group is none other than Paul Goldschmidt, who's hitting .360. Then Prince Fielder .330. Moustakas at .327. DJ .318.
We don't see him obviously anymore, but what a year Prince Fielder's having. What a bounce back year. And that's a great piece of hitting there. Somebody may be saying, what are you talking about? He made sure he got something that he could push to the right side. He chopped a high pitch into the ground. He moved Gonzalez to third.
And
that's
I wish there was
a bunch of high fives.
I wish there was a stat for that.
There should be.
There should be, but it's an 0 for 1, but it's a team play. Hey, fans, schedule a group outing at Coors Field. Get discounts and scoreboard recognition when you bring your group of 25 or more.
It's a team at bat, certainly, and well executed. Atlanta already down by a 4 spot, has to bring the infield in. Nick Hundley lined to short.
He's got to try to pick up the baseball in between raindrops. And it falls off your helmet.
And that's rolled to third. Cargo gets back. And Uribe still gets the out at first. And now Uribe's going to laugh and go, I made you dive in the mud, right? That kid loves to play. He's not a kid anymore. He's a grown man. He's been around this game a long time, but he still plays with the joy of a 15-year-old.
And Cargo knew that if he tried to go home, that he was going to be out by about 60 feet. So he dives back to the bag. And then Uribe throws across the diamond for the out.
And with first base unoccupied, they're not going to mess around with Drew Stubbs. As you see Cargo dive back one more time. So Brigham will walk Stubbs to get to Christian Friedrich.
Who had to come in for the game for David Hale, who had to come in for Kyle Kendrick.
Well, had Kendrick got to hit in the first inning, he would have hit in the first, Hale in the second, Friedrich in the third. Pitching coaches hate this. And what I'm referring to is when a pitcher hits the opposite way. And the reason is Christian's left-handed, but he hits righty, which means that if a pitch were to get away from Brigham here, his throwing arm is exposed. It would be the same thing, obviously, for a right-handed pitcher who hits from the left side.
And with no elbow guard.
So Friedrich grounds out to end the inning. The Rockies leave a couple runners on. Cargo had that beautiful double. It's 4-0 Rockies. 2-hour and 6-minute delay after 2 pitches of the bottom of the first inning. When the Rockies came back on the field, they got after Jake Brigham. 2 in the first, 2 more in the second. Drew Stubbs has a home run. And the Rockies are now on their 3rd pitcher. Kyle Kendrick obviously couldn't come back after the lengthy delay. David Hale, who was scheduled to start tomorrow, took over. David was pitching well. He had a base hit, was running the bases, in fact scored on a sac fly. And then he pulled a muscle, it looked like. We'll find out officially in a little bit, I'm sure, and had to leave the game. So Christian Friedrich got the final out of the 3rd inning. And now here he is in the 4th inning facing Cameron Maybin, Nick Markakis, and Kelly Johnson, 2, 3, and 4 in the Braves lineup. And this is Tara. Actually, the real MVP is the Coors Field grounds crew. They won that MVP award like on May 15th, and here we are in July.
But she's right. I mean, Mark Raz and their crew, they have been working overtime ×2, whatever that is, because they've been out here, and
they should get an all expenses paid trip at the end of the season to somewhere really warm where it doesn't rain for like a month. We're going to send you to the Mojave Desert. I know it's not a real sexy place, but listen, you won't have to deal with any precipitation. All right, here's Maybin stepping in. He had a base hit about 3 hours ago, literally.
And it's coming down again.
Yeah.
And now you're just trying to get to at least into the 5-inning range. And for Christian Friedrich, his longest outing this year was way back on April 20th at San Diego. He pitched 2 2/3, 44 pitches.
Maybin bounces this to Nolan, and again, that's not an easy play. Yeah, Nolan got to the level of the baseball there with his eyeballs.
Instinct too. He knew that if he came and got it right away that it wasn't going to work, but the eyeballs, as you mentioned, where is his eyes when that glove is coming through the zone? It's still behind it. He has his glove out in front. Not an easy play, but it is for a Gold Glover.
So here's Nick Markakis. Nick's been everything that they hoped they were getting when they signed him to a 4-year deal. Leaving Baltimore after 9 years there, with one exception. I mean, he's hitting around 300. He's playing good defense. He's out there all the time. Except he's not hitting home runs. He's averaged in his career about 17 home runs a year. He has not hit a home run as an Atlanta Brave.
Since last September was the last time he hit a home run. But he did have the neck surgery this offseason. And it's a different ballpark than the one he was playing in Baltimore. In Baltimore, they had the shorter right field porch. I know it was higher, but it was still shorter than it is in Atlanta.
2 balls and a strike on Markakis. We do have a report from the Rockies clubhouse. David Hale left with a mild left groin strain. Mild left groin strain. The Rockies look like they got out in front of it. Now, whether or not he can make his next start will not be. That'll be the first question Walt gets after the game, and he honestly would not be able to answer that. That's a base hit. Probably for a couple of days. See how he responds to treatment, how he comes back tomorrow, and if he's able to throw his side sessions, etc.
And you have the All-Star break with 4 days off.
Yeah,
so
you
have
know what?
At least 10 days.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I'm doing the normal math, and you're right. There's 4 days of built in there, which certainly helps out.
3 days leading up to that, and then 3 days after. So he's got 10 or 11 days before he'd be asked to be back on the hill.
And a lot of teams reconfigure their rotation after the All-Star break. Kelly Johnson takes ball 1. With every challenge call, the Subaru Eyesight Review will determine the outcome. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Walt got to visit with some old friends, former Atlanta Brave, obviously. And so many guys he knows still from that organization. Jeff Porter, the head trainer of the Braves. So Walt was engaged in a lengthy conversation with Bo Porter, who was most recently the manager of the Houston Astros, now on Freddie Gonzalez's staff.
Freddie had been with the Braves for a long time.
That's a base hit the other way for Johnson.
So for Freddie Gonzalez, he was a third base coach before he was the bench coach for Bobby Cox.
And a personal favorite of Bobby Cox. And, you know, Bobby basically handpicked Freddie Gonzalez to succeed him. You know, Freddie's had some 90+ win seasons already. Last year was, by Atlanta standards, a down year. This is supposed to be a transition year, and Freddie's got this club, despite all of the bodies he's had to use. I don't think he's had the same lineup, you know, twice this year. He's used about 77 different lineups this season, and yet they're on the cusp of 500. They came into the ball game 42-43. This is bounced up the middle. See if the Rockies can turn it, and they do. Nicely done by DJ LeMahieu. 4-3 on that double play. There were a couple singles, one man left. The Rockies, as we go to the bottom of the fourth, have a 4-0 lead.
Blackman is a very cerebral guy, and Drew has said this over the course of the season. He wants to be more lead-offish. Well, listen to what he had to say about yesterday's game against Matt Schumacher of the Angels.
I was doing some thinking last night.
Yeah.
So, like, my first couple of bats, guy had like an 8 and a 9 pitch at bat. So that's, 17 pitches. Average guy throws 15 pitches in an inning. So that takes an inning off of his pitch count, which means we have a chance to get maybe one of their long relievers in, you know, in the 6th rather than the 7th.
It's some simple math, and he went on to say, you know, you really can't quantify some of the stuff that he does in the box. But if you look at the numbers from last year when he was an all-star, Drew and Jeff, to this year, it's almost identical. His average is down just because of 3 more at-bats and 5 less hits. But he thinks he's doing everything better. He thinks he's having better at-bats this year against pitchers where, like he said, he's getting more pitches. And these are the numbers I'm talking about. Well, pretty similar. Yeah, that's the guy he is, you know?
Yeah, very, very, very similar. We made mention of this the other day. The walks are up slightly. I mean, the home runs, very similar. The stolen bases are up. So, you know, Charlie is a very steady guy. which is, as you know, Mark, all about how he goes about his business every day. He's a steady guy. He is methodical in his viewing of tape, not only of the pitcher and what he may do against a left-handed hitter, but how he works runners when they're at first base, when they're at second base. His preparation never deviates day to day, and that's why I think you're seeing the steadiness of the numbers from one year to the next.
Right. Well, I said to him, what is different this year from last year? And he thought about it. He said, the consistency of my at-bats. And he did say this: I got hot last year. I haven't been hot this year. But, you know, with the weather and the situation, maybe that's another reason why he hasn't been hot this year like last year.
Yeah, there's no question. We haven't had that string of, 2-3 homestands in a row where it's 90+ degrees. Maybe that's coming a little bit down the road. Certainly we hope so. And that's where you see some of those big numbers at Coors Field.
And for Charlie, just making minor adjustments in just your thought process, not your swing. It's just, how am I going to approach this at bat or the next at bat? And that's the growth of a ball player. And this game's always evolving and always changing, and you have to be able to change and adapt. Like these people, they didn't have their umbrellas out earlier. Now they have them out.
They're adapting. You're right. They're adapting to the elements. 2-2, and that is hit hard at Juan Uribe. The former shortstop throws out Charlie.
As Nolan strides to the plate, give me a chance to tell you that the first 10,000 fans through the gates on Sunday, July 26th. So this, in about 2 weeks, will receive a Nolan Arenado Gold Glove bobblehead courtesy of King Soopers.
So Nolan Arenado's got a bobblehead day coming up, right?
Yes.
Guess who else has a bobblehead day coming up?
Somebody else in this ballpark?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Juan Uribe.
That's right, Juan Uribe. But it's not, the Atlanta Braves didn't have that on their calendar because Juan wasn't an Atlanta Brave in the offseason. The Dodgers are having it this Saturday, and they're going through with it. I mean, Juan was really popular when he was there. He got a huge ovation. Remember, he was traded to the Braves when the Braves were in town, and he came to the plate as a Brave, and they gave him a thunderous ovation. So guess what? You can get yourself a Dodger Juan Uribe bobblehead this Saturday at Dodger Stadium. There's a base hit for the Rockies third baseman.
Automatic collector's edition.
That's right. So here was the day that Juan got traded.
A wonderful tribute from the Dodger faithful. Talk about a surreal experience for Juan. One day I'm in a Dodger uniform. I come into the parking lot, go a certain way. The next day, go back into the same parking lot, but I got to go to a different clubhouse.
Seen that happen every once in a great while. Guy gets traded, remember, between games with a doubleheader. There's a base hit for Tulowitzki. That's 21 games in a row for Troy, and that's a new high in the big leagues this year. He was tied with Jason Kipnis of Cleveland, who had a 20-gamer earlier this year.
Two-seam fastball. Much like what Nolan did, Troy does the same thing. Take it right back up the middle.
He's taking all the drama away.
It is early in the at-bats, and those are the fun ones when you hit the ball and you're running out of the box and you know immediately it's a hit. You swing, you see the fly to the ball, take a step, and you're relieved. You take a deep breath, say, oh, okay, I got it.
So now 2 on 1 out for the baby Bull. Willeen had a 2-out double in the first to drive in a run, and that is a fair ball. Uribe got his man at first. It's a double play. 5-3. Nice double play started by Juan Uribe. Rockies lead at 4-0 as we go to the 5th inning at Coors Field. pitching-wise, the Rockies have 4 runs on 10 hits as we go to the 5th inning. Hey, log on to CFD Rodeo /Keith Urban for an opportunity to win tickets to see Keith Urban in concert Saturday, July 25th at Cheyenne Frontier Days. The Houston family will be up there. It is summer's largest country music festival.
I'll be up there for a few days. The rest of the family the whole week, or 10 days.
They stay up there the whole 10 days?
Yeah, they stay up there the whole time. Go to 4 or 5 different concerts. Coronation Ball coming up for Miss Frontier, Sarah Rangage.
You want to run that line again? Sarah is
Sarah Rangage, Miss Frontier. Yes.
Was she down?
She was down recently.
Yeah, we met her,
yes.
right? Okay. Congratulations to Sarah.
Yeah.
Hardy fans. See, he looks comfortable. Honey, I wonder if it's raining over there in that section. We're holding steady at 62 degrees, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, the rain has lightened up. So can I put the umbrella away? I need to decide. See, I like that
better
too.
not rain tomorrow. Tomorrow's fireworks
night. Chance of rain is way down tomorrow.
So Christian Friedrich is ready to go, and A.J. Pierzynski steps up. No swing, and it's ball 1. 38-year-old veteran catcher Pierzynski. Played that long, you know everybody and every team you play. Sinking line drive, Cargo's got it. A.J. before the ball game was visiting with Boone Logan, one of those old teammates from the White Sox. And he's had a good time in the clubhouse lately since Juan Uribe arrived, because they played together with the White Sox, and they've kept that clubhouse evidently pretty loose since being reunited.
You need a veteran presence. You need those guys that have been on some different teams, different personalities. But everything, at least what the Braves have said to us about AJ, he's just been nothing but a model citizen for them, helping the young kids out. It takes a load off the manager's mind when he doesn't have to police the locker room. Let the guys police themselves.
Well, sometimes if you know something happens earlier in your career, you get labeled, and sometimes that label's unfair. And, you know, Pierzynski has been known in some circles as a clubhouse lawyer, that kind of thing. But you know, he's been a good player for a long time, and you know, he's always been a good guy to visit with from a media standpoint. 2-1 on Chris Johnson, and that is over the leap of Troy Tulowitzki for a base hit.
We'll go back to that double play to end the 4th inning in this rain, and DJ's pretty close, but he's going to end up catching the ball over in this area. First of all, the second thing is, watch him call off Troy. He'll stick his hand up immediately and say, I've got it, so there's no miscommunication. He catches the ball and kind of slips as he's going, but the second thing he does is he steps on the bag with his left foot. This helps transition and make a stronger throw to first base.
It's like you played there.
Yeah, that's one of those plays that you don't practice a whole lot, but when you do, it comes back to you pretty quickly. Thomas right on the money with that tweet.
Andrelton Simmons with a base hit. So 2 on with 1 out. And in the Braves bullpen, Mike Foltynewicz, hard throwing right-handers up. See, the Fulton part's easy, and then you just
After
got a bunch of letters jumbled together. But it's Fultonevich.
I was going to let you go with that first, and then I was going to follow you on the last name. Eddie Perez, bullpen coach.
Johnny Gomes is going to pinch hit here. You got a great story on Johnny Gomes from a pregame, yeah.
Yeah, Willeen was around the batting cage as we were there. He says to me, he goes, Johnny Gomes, would you go tell him I want to meet him? I was like, you could just walk over there and tell him you're a big leaguer. He goes, no, because he was still hitting. So I went over to Johnny, and Johnny's like, who wants to meet me? Thinking it was a fan. I was like, no, Willeen Rosario wants to meet you. So he immediately came out and they chatted for a few minutes. But that just shows you the respect that big league players have for one another. He just likes the way he plays.
Yeah, that was the whole reason. Willeen walked over and said, I really want to meet Johnny Gomes. Do you mind going over there and asking him if he'll come out of the dugout? And you know what? He came right out. Gave him a man hug, and they chatted for a while. Gomes holds up. Probably Willeen sees some of himself in Gomes. Two guys who, you leave something out over the plate, they're going to hit it really far.
Big strong guy. They're not gonna take a half swing at the baseball.
No. Freddie Gonzalez playing the Gomes card here in the 5th inning, thinking, if he runs into one, all of a sudden it's a 4-3 game. Braves have had the Rockies number really since the Rockies' first year. Remember, in 1993 they were in the same division, and the Rockies did not win a game against Atlanta that first year. Atlanta has won 22 of the last 29 encounters, and they're one of the few teams that have a winning record at Coors Field.
Well, they've won 8 of the last 11 against the Rockies here.
Here's the breakdown of why Atlanta's won so frequently against the Rockies. They've scored 2 more runs a game. They've almost doubled the Rockies in terms of home runs.
It's a win percentage of .759.
They're 114-64 all time against the Rockies, a .640 winning percentage. And that pitch misses, and now Christian Friedrich has caused himself a bit of an issue here. 2 singles and a walk have loaded the bases with 1 out. And the leadoff man, Jace Peterson, is coming up. Bring Steve Foster to the mound.
I looked on the forward strike zone that it was at the bottom of the zone at the knees, but just the angle of the way it was received from Nick looked like it pushed it down, gave that appearance that it wasn't a strike. But you have the advantage now with 1 out. You have the left-hander and the youngster and Peterson left on left. You hope to roll another double play. You had a double play in the 1st inning off the bat of Nick Markakis, and then another one last inning by Juan Uribe. The movie night is back this Sunday. All fans are invited to stay and watch the rookie following the game against the Atlanta Braves. Purchase the movie night ticket package to access the field for the movie and receive a special blanket.
Rookie threw really hard.
Yes, he did.
Chris Johnson single. Chris is at 3rd. Andrelton Simmons is single to right. He's at 2nd. Johnny Gomes just walked. So here's Jace Peterson. He's been in a slump at the plate. He's 0 for 2 tonight. One player that the Braves like a lot. Plays baseball with a football mentality, we've been told. I always like those guys. 1 ball, 1 strike. Peterson 9 for his last 64 at the plate.
Advanced scouting reports. Start to get a book on a hitter. What can he handle? Can he handle the fastball in, or is he susceptible to any sort of off-speed pitch? Swinging wildly at the slider. Go back to it.
Yeah, he takes a breaking ball for a strike. It's 1-2. Jace Peterson's first big league home run came May the 16th in Miami against Matt Latos. The reason I'm bringing that up, and this doesn't reoccur, but his first big league home run was a grand slam. And that is pulled past Willian Rosario. Targo chasing it down. 2 runs will score. So Jace Peterson gets Atlanta on the board and cuts the Rockies lead in half.
He is now 8 for 12 on the season with 20 RBIs and the bases loaded. But this is too good of a pitch on a 1-2 count. The 1-2 count, you have him set up for something down and away, but that was right across the heart of the plate. Didn't break, and Jace Peterson made him Christian pay.
So Scott Oberg will come on. It is 4-2 Colorado in the 5th. Papa John's. The promo code's ROXWIN at papajohns.com. Well, it'll be Scott Oberg taking over after the 2-run double by Jace Peterson against Christian Friedrich, and that chases Christian 1 out, 2 in scoring position. Cameron Maben, who's the hottest hitter in this Atlanta lineup, is at the plate. A single and a ground ball to third. This game has the feel like the Rockies had just flat out dominated the Braves, but right now they're a knock away from tying it up. Rockies have 10 hits.
This is what Walt was thinking when he came in and to get Scott Oberg. He says, I'm going to need a strikeout with runners at second and third, just 1 out. You're going to find a way to get Cameron Maben.
Maben hits this ball to pretty deep right. Targo is getting ready to throw, and Gomes coming home, and not going to be able to get him. It's 4-3 on the sac fly by Maben. Now, Targo did make it interesting with that gorgeous arm of his.
It kicked off the edge of the grass and the dirt. Not sure they would have had Johnny Gomes, but it would have been closer. But it kicked more towards the outside. Nick had to reach for it, didn't have a chance to come back. For Cameron Maybin, his 44th RBI. So Gomes goes back. Carr goes behind the ball, gets rid of it, but watch the hop right on the edge of the grass, skips, and Nick had to lunge to the right. The kick.
Yeah, you know what, Huey, that was a great description, because if it doesn't hit the edging, I think it's right on line.
It is, and then it becomes a play and a swipe tag.
Tying run at third with 2 outs. Jace Peterson moved up 90 feet. Nick Markakis is 1 for 2. That last ribby for Cameron Maybin, his 44th, his career high, set 3 years ago, 45. That's how good a first half it's been for Maybin. That's a good block by Nick Hundley. When the ball is that short, yeah, great technique by Nick, but there's some good fortune involved also.
You just try to put your body in the best possible position and hope for the best. And with so much diamond drive too, out by the plate, out in front, a spiked curveball at probably 58 feet. You have no idea what direction that's going to go. That was more of a pump-up message from Nick. Come on now, you got 2 outs. Find a way to finish this inning off with the lead.
One and one on Markakis, and that's fouled off.
97 on that fastball.
That may be the hardest pitch we've seen Oberg throw. That had cut on it also. One of the reasons Scott Oberg is so well thought of by the Rockies. He's got a great arm, tremendous sink, and we've seen him be dominant in outings, and we've seen him, quite honestly, have some really rough outings. Here's the 1-2, and he gets the strikeout on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball of Nick Markakis. In the inning, 3 runs for Atlanta, and it's a whole new ball game. Middle of 5, 4-3, Cargo to lead it off.
fans, it is crunch time. You see Tulo, got to get him to Cincinnati. A couple of tweets. DJ, Ben Paulson saying, you know what, the guy's deserving. Let's get him into the All-Star game. DJ will be there, of course, in Cincinnati. Earlier today, this was kind of funny, in the dugout, the Tulo fathead with Walt Weiss, he was conversing with him. He was saying, Cincinnati or bust for Tulo. And when you're talking about the voting, Tulo has fallen into third place as of last night. You have until 2 o'clock Mountain Time tomorrow. 89269 is the number. N5 is what you text. And you could also tweet tomorrow morning from 8 until 2. Use the hashtag Tulo on all your tweets, and it counts as a vote for Tulo. And there's a big party at the Rio on Blake Street beginning at 11. Prizes and everything. Get Tulo to Cincinnati, guys.
He's deserving, and as Mark mentioned, he slipped to third overnight. He was second yesterday. Here's the 1-1 on Cargo. 2 doubles, and that one is going to be another double. He's going to have himself 3 doubles. And each one was an absolute laser. This is the best he's swung in the ball game in a while. I mean, last night he had 3 hits, I understand it. Two were
Tonight's different, 3 hits.
Last night he had 1 hard hit ball and 2 balls that you'll always take, but they weren't hard hit balls. Tonight he has hit 3 missiles.
See how that shoulder is staying in, the right shoulder? It's not rolling over and not flying open, causing the bat to drag through the zone. It's been a trying year for Cargo consistency-wise, but that'll help. Those 3 doubles that he's hit, the one to right and then the last 2 especially to left field.
Yeah, I just looked up on the scoreboard after that double a moment ago. He's now hitting 255, and I know you don't normally stand up and do jumping jacks at 255 when you're a guy that's won a batting title, but from where he's come from,
that might be his high water mark.
Oh, I guarantee it is, other than Milwaukee.
Right. No, I was thinking about that one other time he got to 253 maybe, or 254. So it's working feverishly on his computer to.
And Doug put an interesting little chart together for Cargo. We'll get to it after this pitch. Here's the 1-1 to DJ fouled off. So Cargo coming into tonight, his last 16 games, it's kind of feast or famine. 10 of the 16 he didn't get a hit. He had 1 hit in 1 of the games, and then he had 2 hits in 2 other games, 3 hits in 3 games, and he had a 5-hit game in there. So even though he had 10 hitless games in the last 16, over that period of time, he's hitting over 300 because in the games where he's gotten hits, he's done a lot of damage. Cargo will get a stop sign from Stu Cole on another DJ LeMahieu hit with a runner in scoring position.
The one final thought for Cargo before we get to DJ. Yeah, his high water mark this year was back on June 26. He was hitting 253. So he's up above that now. But for DJ, last at bat, he got a lot of handshakes and high fives. This time he's going to get more. Notice where his hands are, way up by his letters as he takes that ball. That's, you're trying to reach up and almost get on top of the baseball. That's what you're thinking. Cargo had to freeze because he didn't know where that ball was going when it was in the air. There's nobody out. Don't run into an unnecessary out.
Well, first and third, nobody out, and the Rockies, after giving up 3 in the top of the inning, have a chance to lengthen their lead again. Nick Hundley, a line out and a ground ball to third. Mike Foltynewicz is on the hill now in place of Jake Brigham. Foltynewicz, a hard-throwing right-hander. He came in the Evan Gattis deal from Houston.
A first-round pick in 2010, 19th overall. Big guy, 6'4", 220 pounds.
And Nick hits this ball to right, and it is over the head of Nick Markakis. Cargo scores. DJ is going to get a hold sign at third. It's a double for Nick Hundley, and it's 5-3 Colorado.
And this caught Nick Markakis off guard. He didn't think that Nick Hundley hit it that far because he didn't take the proper route. Nick was just thinking, oh, I'll get a sac fly out of all of this. So here's the right fielder right there. And he's going to come straight across instead of going back on the baseball. Now he says, I'm in trouble.
Drew Stubbs at the plate. And Drew takes a strike. Drew hit a bomb to right center field, his 4th home run of the year in the 2nd. He was intentionally walked in the 3rd. Drew getting himself to a good place offensively. 1 ball, 1 strike. Take a look at our big hit presented by Mako. Turn the car you drive into the car you love. Boy, when Drew gets that swing going and goes opposite field like that, you realize just how strong he is. What a tremendous athlete. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Stubbs. Scott Oberg is in the on-deck circle. Got 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Got to find a way to get at minimum at least one of these guys home. Rockies up by a pair of runs. 13 hits in the game. And Drew went. It's a strikeout.
Because of that strikeout, they're going to pull Scott back and go to the bench and Ben Paulson.
I think I agree with this move by Walt. Go offense here. It's a bullpen night anyhow after all the rain and David Hale having to leave with the slight groin strain.
And there's more rain on the way. I hate to say it. I mean, some of it's starting to fall, but just looking at the radar, it looks like there's some back behind it. Now it'd be Boone Logan's chance.
And I think Walt, you know, if Drew Stubbs, you know, certainly if he singled in 2, let's say, he's going to have Oberg hit. Even if he grounds out to 2nd and brings a run home, and it's a 3-run game again, I think he'll go Oberg. But the fact that there's still 2 runners out there and 1 out, he wants to make sure that the Rockies get more than just 1 this inning.
Lively fastball from the pitcher, Fultonevich. Ben Paulson, 2 for 8 pinch hitting.
One ball, 1 strike. Fouled off. Cargo has set a personal best tonight. He had never had 3 doubles in a ball game before. The club record's 4 by Jeff Baker back in 2008 at Wrigley. Cargo's 3 doubles. The last time we've seen a Rocky have 3 doubles in a game. Opening day at home last year when Charlie Blackmon had 3 doubles among 6 hits. Fultonevich strikes out the pinch hitter Ben Paulson. Now they're 2 outs, and it'll be left to Charlie Blackmon. LeMahieu at 3rd, still Hundley at 2nd.
Powerful arm for the youngster.
It's a big arm.
Yeah, why he was a 1st-round pick.
And some within the Atlanta organization believe that he'll be the future closer. Of course, they shocked the baseball world when they traded Craig Kimbrell to San Diego at the start of the season. And this is popped up and playable for Andrelton Simmons. So the Rockies are going to get a run, but overall it's a really disappointing inning. You had second and third, nobody out, and you couldn't push anybody else across. Alexis Steeler. Rain delay yesterday at 2:07. Jeff Kellogg looked up in the first inning and said, man, I got to pull the players off the field. 2 hours and 6 minutes tonight. Drew Stubbs, when the Rockies came back, they scored quickly. A home run for Stubbs. Rockies would have 3 doubles in 1 inning. They had a 4-0 lead. Cargo's got 3 doubles himself this evening. On the left, he's 1 to right, 2 to left. Last 2 almost identical, in fact. Rockies have a 5-3 lead. Boone Logan is now on. He is the 5th pitcher that Waltz had to use. Kyle Kendrick, like his counterpart Alex Wood, was lost after the lengthy rain delay. David Hale, who is supposed to start tomorrow, came on, and it was basically going to be a start for David Hale tonight, but after an inning and 2/3, he had to limp off the mound with a slight groin strain, a mild groin strain. He was replaced by Christian Friedrich. Christian went an inning and 2/3, gave up 3 runs on 5 hits. Scott Oberg got the final couple of outs in the 5th inning, and now here's Boone Logan. The rest of the guys in the bullpen are used to working just 1 inning.
And that's what you have. You have 4 guys left that are all 1-inning guys. Betancourt, Hawkins, Tommy Kahnle, and John Axford.
Looks like Raffy's going to follow Boone. Now lately, Boone's been used just in lefty-lefty situations, matchup situations. I don't think Walt can afford to do that tonight because you're just in the 6th inning. It's a 2-run game, and he's going to need Boone to throw a full inning.
The good news is 2 of the 3 guys this inning are left-handed. You have Kelly Johnson and Juan second, and A.J. Brzezinski up 3rd.
And that is softly hit, but guess what? It finds an opening in the middle of the diamond. It's a leadoff single for Kelly Johnson. He's 2 for 3. Both his hits against the Rockies left-handers coming out of the pen. That'll bring up Juan Uribe, who still has plenty of pop. 6 home runs this year for Juan between his time with the Dodgers and now in Atlanta. And he's still hitting, man. He's at 304 entering play today.
What a difference he's made for Atlanta. Coming in and filling that everyday role, almost everyday role at 3rd base. What he's done compared to the rest of the 3rd basemen. Sitting 100 points higher. 25 less games, but how about that? 316 compared to 220. More home runs, almost as many RBIs. Slugging higher, and that's why they traded for Juan.
Remember when, was it with the Giants about 4 or 5 years ago? They thought he was done.
Yes. Didn't he have a 2 or 3 year deal? Was that LA? Either way, they were saying, no, he's done. He can't play anymore. Still going strong.
2-0 on Uribe. Juan hits it foul. Out of play. Uribe is a big-time cheater on the inner half.
Oh, he just the old line stepping in the bucket. Well, that's Juan. He'll step to the left, step towards third base, but if you make a mistake inside, he'll hit a long way. Back in 2012, 66 ball games, Juan hit 191. That's when they thought he was done.
Made his debut at the Rockies April 8th, 2001 as a 22-year-old. Two-two, and that's pulled foul. Still got that bat speed. Uribe, 311 last year with the Dodgers. The year before, 278 with the Dodgers.
When you throw a fastball inside to somebody like Juan, I mean, everything is just flying open, going away from him. The only guy that was like that was Brian Downing. I mean, Brian would stay open and keep his swing open.
Big strikeout for Boone Logan of Juan Uribe. 1 out in the 6th inning. And that'll bring up A.J. Pierzynski.
So you counter somebody opening up too fast to hit the fastball. You go with the hard slider. Out of the hand, you see the red dot on the Subaru Supermo. Juan's cheating. Get the strikeout. He had a spike catch. The question becomes, who has the advantage when you have a former catcher going against somebody you caught? One guy's saying, well, I think he'll throw this in this situation. The other guy goes, he probably thinks I'm going to do this, so I got to trick him.
Yeah, I still think the pitcher always has the advantage.
I do too.
Hitting's hard.
Hitting's real hard. But it's fun mind games that you play.
You saw Houston Street. He may be down for a few days through the All-Star break with the groin strain. 0-2, swung on and missed. Boone Logan overwhelmed his old friend A.J. Pierzynski there. And that's the 2nd out of the inning, and that'll bring up Chris Johnson.
And that was advantage pitcher.
Well, you know what, Walt? Even though you got a shortage in arms in the bullpen, he's going to go and get Rafael Betancourt, it looks like.
I think just minor step ladder would have been the only way for A.J. Pierzynski to reach that fastball.
So here comes Rafi, 5-3 Colorado. fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. So Rafael Betancourt has been summoned to face Chris Johnson.
He's kind of laughing. I mean, it's a regular season game. It's 5-3. You're in the 6th inning, but it has that feel of a spring training game because you're trying to get guys work, and we're on our 6th pitcher already. There's a few guys left down there in the bullpen.
No, it doesn't have a feel of a spring training game.
No,
because if it rained for 2 hours, I'm kidding you. If it rained for 2 hours and 6 minutes, they would have waved at each other and gotten back on the bus.
Said, we're out. We're good.
We're done. We'll get our work in later.
Now see,
look at Otto down there.
Down there in the uniform, but he can't pitch. Well,
he's just been spending a lot of time rehabbing with Scotty Murayama, and Scotty says he's coming along great. Obviously, it's a long process, but Adam's doing really, really well in his rehab from Tommy John surgery. So Chris Johnson, 2 for 2. Chris, a .381 hitter against lefties this year, just .153 against righties. That's why Walt said, not in a 2-run game. We're going to bring in Rafael to face him.
Well, the only other reason why Chris was in the lineup today, if you think about it, the original lineup was his numbers against Kyle Kendrick.
Yep. That is going to drop for a base hit. And he's 3 for 3. Never did get to face Kendrick today.
No, but he was 8 for 26, a 308 average against Kyle.
Now it'll be Andrelton Simmons, who's hit the ball hard twice tonight. A line drive to left that was caught, and then a line drive to right that fell for a base hit. 3 runs, 9 hits for Atlanta. 5 runs, 13 hits for the Rockies. You know, the Rockies have been better tonight, Huey, with runners in scoring position, but they've left some folks out there.
Still
very easily could be 7, 8, 9 to 3 right now.
Yeah, 8 on tonight, 13 on last night.
Strike from Rafi. Speaking of Tommy John surgeries, his fastball now, velocity-wise, is back to where it was prior to the surgery. I mean, Rafi was, 90, 92 prior to the surgery, and that's where he's working tonight, right at 92 miles an hour. It's always made him tough is that absolute pinpoint control on both sides of the plate.
Why you work so hard on the rehab. So you come back and do the things that you once did.
Good pitch.
That is a pinpoint pitch on the 4th strike zone.
Deep breath, focus, and did he ever execute here?
He reached out. He really finished his delivery.
Soft hands by Nick Conley.
Yeah, but for a pitcher, as you start your delivery and all that force is going home, you still have to stay on line, and that's what he was able to do with that last pitch. Go back out there again.
Took it a little bit off the plate. 93. Simmons didn't bite. A 25-year-old from Curacao. 2-2.
Hitters trying to keep the barrel of the bat dry. So you guys also wipe the brim of their helmet. You get the rain droplets that fall off there, and the worst thing you do is when you're standing in the box, you have one of those fall as the pitch is being delivered.
And the 2-2's hit in the air to right center field. Cargo drifts back, and he makes the catch. to end the inning. Couple of hits, couple of men left on, middle of 6. Rockies leading the Braves 5-3 in this first game of 4 at Coors Field. En Route Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By Mike Shaw Subaru, always our lowest price and sales and service guaranteed. And by Saratoga Casinos, so new, so you. My friend and partner, Jeff Hewson. I'm Drew Goodman, Mark Stout, dodging raindrops below.
Did Mark even bring an umbrella? I've seen him use one today.
Mark is always prepared. No, he probably didn't.
Hope he's out of the rain.
Nolan Arenado's 3 for 3 tonight. He's got 2 doubles and a single. Cargo's got 3 doubles tonight. And Nolan takes strike 1. Second inning of work for Fulton Nebich. Come on, Huey, say it along with me. Mike Fultonevich.
That's broadcasting 101, something he taught me 10 years ago. Make sure you get the person's name right.
Well, some guys provide a bigger challenge than others, shall we say.
Mike is one of those.
This ball's a high fly ball to left, and I'm telling you what, Nolan's going to go back to the dugout and say, I missed that one by not a grain, but a half a grain.
Also one of those balls that if it wasn't raining, you said it was up high enough that it could have brought rain. We don't need any more of that. Fans, we've been talking about this quite a while now, but the final votes have been announced. The All-Stars, except for the last 2. Send Tulo to the All-Star game. You can now vote to determine who will fill out the final National League and American League All-Star game roster spots. Visit MLB.com/vote and cast your 2015 Esurance MLB All-Star Game final vote today. But voting ends tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain Time.
Yeah, so vote early, vote often. Get Tulo to that All-Star game. Tulo a base hit in the 4th. He now has a 21-game hitting streak, longer than anybody else in the league this year, either league. And Brett Gardner is going. He was part of the Final 5 in the American League, but Alex Gordon unfortunately got hurt yesterday. He's going to be out for about 2 months. And so Brett Gardner will take Alex Gordon's spot.
Adam Jones will take Gordon's spot in the lineup.
Final 5.
Yeah, no, in the lineup. In the lineup because he was the
starter. Yeah, Adam Jones was going already. Excuse me.
Yeah, the players vote.
Yeah, you don't add somebody in the Final 5. I misspoke.
It's just 4 now.
And Moustakas continues to lead over Minnesota's Brian Dozier.
lucky fan that was brave enough to dodge the raindrops. Yep, photo time.
Strike three. Tula didn't like it. Mark Ripperger. Plate umpire calls borderline pitch a strike, so it's the second out of the inning.
Get depth and bite on that slider. Fultonevich. The question what Troy was thinking, was it away? Well, it looked like it caught the outside corner.
Throws a curveball for a strike on Willeen. Willeen a double with 2 outs in the first to drive in a run. It's the Rockies' first run of the ball game. After that long rain delay. Fastball's up. 96, or excuse me, 99.
Yeah.
Where do they find these guys? By the way, you and I during the rain delay, Dougie, were watching the Cardinal game against Pittsburgh. Great matchup, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, that competitive NL Central. Carlos Martinez, we watched a sequence in the 7th inning. He's deep into the ball game. He's throwing a shutout at that point. He's throwing 99-mile-an-hour fastballs. I mean, this isn't rolling out of the bullpen. I'm going to air it out for 12, 15 pitches.
Deep into the game and also throwing a 90-mile-an-hour changeup.
And an 88-mile-an-hour slider. Good luck. That's a chance for Willeen to reach. Brzezinski's throw in time to the first baseman, Chris Johnson. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Mike Fultonevich. Rockies leading the Atlanta Braves 5-3. Game 1 of a 4-game set. We go to the top of the 7th inning. Rafael Betancourt will continue on. It's 9-1-2 in the lineup for Atlanta. So Atlanta is going to have to go to their bench. More discussions on the weather, naturally.
Looks like Perez.
Yeah, it's going to be Yuri Perez pinch hitting.
This might be a first for Rafi this year, where he's finished an inning and come back out the next half inning. most of the time it's been one inning, try to start that inning rather than have to get loose, sit down, come back out, get loose again. Just the fourth time Perez has pinch hit on the season, 0 for 3 prior. Pretty good speed, so you can also watch and anticipate a bunt.
I don't know if Walt could have, you try to envision things, how it'll work, but then Hale gets hurt. Friedrich, you wanted to get more out of, but Christian got hit a little bit. But now he sees the way he wants to finish this game. And that's Betancourt here in the 7th, probably Tommy Kahnle in the 8th, and then his closer John Axford, and the one wild card left would be Hawk.
In a perfect world, that's what Walt is looking at.
1-0 on Yuri Perez, and it's 1-1.
Way back on May 25th, Rafi went 1 1/3 inning, and that has been his longest of the season. Tommy Kahnle is up and throwing in the Rockies bullpen. David Carpenter in the Braves bullpen.
Look at Nolan. Boy, Nolan, he really almost got hit by that bat. He almost.
You don't know which.
You don't know which way to go, and he almost moved into it.
You don't, because the bat's coming at you like a curveball. Because it's spinning. You have to worry about, did he hit the ball first? The bat's coming at you, it's twirling. Where do you go? Get out of the way. Well, wait, I don't want my glove. Great shot from the Subaru Supermo.
I'm surprised he didn't catch it on the backhand side and fire it across to Willeen.
Knowing Nolan, he could do that. And after that bat toss, this is where the umpires are going to start looking at little things like the bat coming out of a player's hand, the pitcher possibly slipping after delivering a pitch.
It's funny. See, you're watching Yuri Perez, and he keeps, wiping the barrel. He wants to keep the barrel dry, but he hasn't been able to get the handle as dry, evidently, as necessary.
And with your gloves wet, it's a bad combination.
It's 3-2. Jace Peterson is on deck.
With your glove, you wipe your helmet. That becomes wet on your glove.
Looks like Wimbledon. Been watching Wimbledon every morning.
Yes.
You just got to call for the towel. Kid comes running over in between serves and hands you the towel.
You can't do that, though. You got to wait.
Well, George tells a great story about when he was with the Yankees. Oscar Gamble hit a home run, and he admired it, and then he put the bat out and yelled, "Bat boy!" Handed it to the bat boy, and then proceeded to jog around the bases.
Oh, boy.
So, I mean, yelling the towel. Isn't that how you used to do it?
No, not at all. I'll strike him out so he doesn't have to worry about getting a towel. I mean, the towel's not doing you any good sitting on the ground getting wet, nor is any of the donuts, the rosin, pine tar. See ya.
Yeah, strike 3. And the pinch hitter Perez is gone, 1 out.
Well, if you don't have a towel, you could probably use a camping blanket. And the first 10,000 fans through the gates this Saturday will receive a camping blanket courtesy of Jeep. You like that segue?
Yeah, I thought that was great. I mean, it's almost like there was a bird in your ear telling you about that, huh?
Yeah. I thought George was going to take this. Or did he get another one?
He forgot.
He forgot it?
Yeah.
So here you go, folks. First 10,000 fans through the gates this Saturday.
Nicely done with that, Huey.
Thank you.
I may use that blanket when we, camp out here in the booth, because these games go into the next morning. The last couple of nights, it seems. There's a base hit for Jace Peterson. He's 2 for 4. And Cameron Maybin will come up.
A little bit of a history between Maybin and Betancourt. Cameron's time with San Diego, 3 for 5 career numbers against Raffy.
Cameron's played more than 100 games only twice in his career, 2011, 2012 with the Padres. And that's something else he said to us before the game, that he's healthier than he's been.
You have a thumb injury.
You have a wrist in there too.
Maybe a knee. I mean, he just could never stay healthy, never on the field.
No. And he's enjoying this right now. He's closer to his family, his kids. And mentioned mom and dad can come in, and he said they're here every game. They come over from North Carolina. This is fouled off down the right field line. I don't think Williams going to have a play. Good effort. Nathan's last line to me, you'll like it, Huey. He said just staying focused, staying humble.
The game has a way of making you stay humble at times. The career numbers for Cameron last couple of years have not been pretty. In 2013 hit 157, last year 235, now this year at 296. Watching DJ at second base trying to find some ground out there that not chewed up. You're starting to see a little of that glassy effect on the infield. A little bit between first and second. Where you hope if the ball is on the ground, it's either a 1 or 2 hopper, not a skimmer that stays flat on the ground.
Ooh, big strikeout. Rafael Betancourt fans Cameron Maybin.
Climb the ladder to get Maybin. 2 pitches down, and then elevate right out of the hand on the Subaru Supermo. Tardy swung underneath it. That's the way you get somebody when you work down, elevate, and that's when you'll get the strikeout.
So Nick Markakis, who's 1 for 3. Markakis is one of those guys who was drafted 3 different times. The Reds drafted him in 2001 in the 35th round, didn't sign. They drafted him the next year in the 23rd round, didn't sign. And then the next year he jumped all the way up to the 7th pick overall. And the Baltimore Orioles took him.
Smart gamble.
I guess the Reds were on to something, huh?
Get drafted that many times. Well, it's somebody thinking that you could play.
Count 1-1 on Markakis. Nick Hundley will go out. This this was such a natural fit, leaving Baltimore after all those years to come to Atlanta, because he's a Georgia native. Played junior college baseball in the state of Georgia, was a junior college All-American.
Well, that and a 4-year deal helped.
That and a 4-year deal, but Atlanta, I think more than any other team in baseball, man, they gobble up in the draft or eventually sign guys that are from the state of Georgia. Not many get away. I mean, David Hale is now at the Rockies. Went to Princeton, but he's out of Marietta.
Alex Wood, today's starting pitcher, went to the University of Georgia.
Went to the University of Georgia. He's from Charlotte, but I mean, if you're getting it done in their neck of the woods, not only do they obviously know about it, but they'll find a way to make you a Brave. We'll go back, Brian McCann, Jeff Francoeur. Chippers from Florida, DeLand, Florida, but it's kind of that neck of the woods.
Hotbed.
Yep.
Play year round. That had some cut on that fastball.
5 runs, 13 hits, no errors for the Rockies. 3 runs, 10 hits, no errors for Atlanta. First postseason appearance in '95 for the Rockies came against the Atlanta Braves.
Back when they were going to the postseason every year.
They printed their playoff tickets as they were sending
season tickets
out, right? 2-2. Swung on and missed. Rafael Betancourt ends up striking out the side. An inning and a third of work for Rafi. And typical of Betancourt, he gets the job done. Middle of 7, Rockies up 5-3.
Delivery of the game, and guess who it is? Carlos Gonzalez, and why not? Got an RBI double in the first. How about another double in the third? And just to cap it off, a third double of the night in the 5th inning. So the Jimmy John's delivery of the game, courtesy of Carlos Gonzalez.
And wouldn't you know it, you did that whole nice thing on Cargo, and here he is leading things off.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. Nice timing there.
Really good timing. Nice producing by Tabastrand.
Dougie said there's 12 other guys who've produced 3 doubles in a game this year in the big leagues.
But only one tonight.
You don't know that for sure.
Here at Coors Field.
That is an accurate statement. Yes. David Carpenter's now out there for Atlanta.
4th season in the big leagues, 31 games for Dave.
Foldenevich goes 2 innings. He gave up a run on 3 hits and struck out 4.
Carpenter is fastball 89, 90 miles an hour, slider, changeup, curveball mix. Okay.
I hope you ate the popcorn before you put that on your head, and I hope there wasn't that much butter in it. Otherwise, we're going to be in the shower for a while, my friend.
Maybe you could just take it off in a few minutes and just let the rain wash it away.
Could do that. Sound like my youngest Gabe. At that age, they have an aversion to showers.
They do.
So Cargo has hit rockets all over the park tonight, as Jeff just described. He's 3 for 3 with 3 doubles. As he averaged up to 255 as he steps in a 2-run ball game. Rockies up 5-3, leading off the 7th. Ball's pulled to first. And for the first time tonight, Cargo's retired. 3-1 on the flip from Chris Johnson to David Carpenter. That'll bring up DJ.
Last 5 games, DJ is now 9 for 20, not including this at bat. In the game, 8 for 17.
Well, he had a stretch there where he was hitting the ball hard, but he was right at people, and he went, I think, 0 for 13.
His average has gotten down to 292. Change those fortunes in a hurry.
DJ drives this ball to right. Markakis can't get there. And DJ will carefully slow down on that wet dirt.
Another opposite field hit for DJ. He'd come into the game with 41 leading baseball. Now make that 43, including the last 2. Inside out swing, probably has that patented as well as anybody right now, but gingerly as he hits first base so those spikes don't come out from underneath him. They put all that diamond dry out there, but sometimes right by the base before you get there, there's not much, so it's more mud. Guys just lose it and fall on their side.
Depending on how that track is, see if it's possible for DJ to run.
It's just like Jeff Kellogg was kind of filling in the spot. And he's just telling you, make sure you rake the baselines on the outside. Just telling the grounds crew. Yeah, I don't think you try to steal. If you do anything, it'd be a hit and run. You can't trust that you're going to get a good jump. You look and you'll dig out on the dirt, try to get some solid footing, but there's so much gunk underneath your cleats and in your cleats that it's like you're on skates. Cleats also feel like they weigh about 10 pounds each.
Only an RBI double in the 5th inning. Nick's 1 for 3. It is hit sharply, and that gets through on a rebound. And now Andrelton Simmons saying, man, I got a wet uni.
This ball hits Juan in the wrist.
That's going to be a hit.
It has to be a hit. If there was a hit given last night on a different play, and this one is definitely, it's a wet ground. We're slowing it down on the Subaru Supermo. Catches him cleanly off the wrist. And then the ball goes about 30 feet in the air. And Simmons goes out. He slides. It's almost like he's on a slip and slide. He just keeps going.
That's what I was thinking. That's what it looked like. Drew Stubbs at the plate, 2 on, 1 out. Drew a home run, an intentional walk, and a check swing strikeout. That's a pitch that's in the zone.
Brandon Barnes has made his way to the on-deck circle. To hit for Raphael.
Get another run here, it'd be huge. And breaking ball locked up. Stubbs, it's 0-2.
That was a good pitch from Carpenter. This is a frisbee slider. Drops down, starts it at the front hip of the right-handed hitter. You think it's a ball, and then it keeps moving on you. Pitches the corner for a strike.
0-2. Threw another one of those sliders.
It's a hard pitch to stay in on. When you're telling yourself in the box, I got it. He's going to throw it again. I got to stay in there. I got to keep the hip in there. But you start to see it, your first reaction is to bail because you don't want to get hit.
And that's strike 3. 2 outs as Stubbs will have to depart, and that'll bring up Brandon Barnes.
Looks like the first pitch that was called a strike goes back to it again. You see out of the Subaru Supermo how he's on the side of the ball, not on top of it, but on the side, and that'll create that sideward bend.
So Barnes pinch hits here with 2 on. LeMahieu at second, Hundley at first. 5-3 Rockies, bottom of 7, and a slider swung on and missed. And it's 0-2. Rockies will face Shelby Miller tomorrow. What we don't know is who will throw for Colorado.
We might not know until tomorrow. So I hope we'll find out on the post-game show.
David Hale was scheduled to make that start, but he replaced Kyle Kendrick after the first inning tonight with the lengthy rain delay. He got 4 outs, and then he had to leave with a slight groin strain. Barnes hanging tough. One, 2, and this is shallow right, but coming on and making the catch is Nick Markakis to end the inning. So the Rockies threaten, they do not score. We go to the 8th. Colorado ahead by a pair of runs. fielder Brandon Barnes takes you to the tattoo shop to talk about his love for his family, his faith, and the art on his body. You'll also hear from his teammates about the infectious energy that only Brandon can bring, both on and off the field. It's all this week on Rockies Real Time. That's tomorrow after the ball game. What a good man he is. Really enjoy Brandon Barnes.
Now they're putting some diamond dry on the outside of the base paths. They're just trying to survive this game. Just get it playable enough to finish the game off.
Tommy Kahnle will take over here in the 8th inning. Kelly Johnson, Juan Uribe, A.J. Pierzynski, 4, 5, 6 in the Atlanta Braves lineup against hard-throwing Tommy Kahnle from the Albany, Schenectady area of New York. Albany, the state capital, about 2.5, 3 hours north of Manhattan.
Tommy, 2/3 of an inning yesterday, and if you remember that, he came in and had to face Albert Pujols, and that's when Mike Trout took off. Pujols lines out to left field. They double up, and Tommy's pretty pumped coming off the mound, and understandably so. Still doing some maintenance because there's more glassy spots, wet spots on the infield.
I'm telling you that those guys are just busting their butt. I mean, I'm watching a guy run with a 50-pound bag to fill up the wheelbarrow that's already out there, both sides. Got our attendance figure, 30,334 tonight. They braved the elements again.
As soon as they get some down, it continues to rain.
It's really just been pretty steady. You got to get, I mean, I think they probably want to get that area in foul ground. I mean, you see
all
Nolan.
This area right there.
Yeah, Nolan goes over there quite a bit. You don't want to trust that your spikes are going to.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's saying, if I go over here, what's going to happen? That's why he's asking guys, can you throw some down here? If I have to go make a play where I'm backhanded and I want to set my feet, even if I want to jump throw and make that throw to first, I still have to have a pretty good takeoff point.
We had an old friend in the booth earlier during the rain delay, Jean Martineau, Vice President of Communications, other things with the Colorado Avalanche. Been here since they came from Quebec, and Mark Razum visiting with Jeff Kellogg, and John was marveling. He's a big baseball fan, big Rockies fan, huge Rockies fan. He was marveling at what players go through, because we all know how long the hockey season and the NBA season, 82 games, man, it's grueling. And you play on the West Coast, you come back to Denver, remember, you get in 3:30, 4 in the morning sometimes, but a busy week is you play 4 out of 5 days. That's a real busy week.
Real busy, yeah.
And hockey is usually a little bit less, but again, you're playing 82 games. It's grueling. Baseball, he said, man, 162 and 182 days, and then you're battling the elements, you're sitting, and then you get up again, and you don't know, is it going to be a crisp 2-hour and 45-minute game, or is it going to be 4 hours and 30 minutes, and there's 2 rain delays, and you go home at 2:30 in the morning, you come back a few hours later.
I think you're going to have it better the next day because there's not going to be as much rain.
So that's like a mini delay. Doesn't count. Kelly Johnson, 2 for 3. 3 on the right side for Johnson. And Kahnle hits the zone there with a 97-mile-an-hour heater. Former Cherry Creek star David Aardsma, the one-time closer of the Seattle Mariners, is up and tossing in the Atlanta bullpen.
Tommy is, we see David Archman getting loose. You know, Tommy's had a lot of confidence in his changeup. That's what he's been throwing when he's been in a hitter's count, and there it was.
There it was, right there.
Just rip it deep into the fingertips.
See, I think last year, Jeff, if his fastball command was awry, he really had nothing to combat it, nothing to keep the opponent from either just walking or having some success against him. He's different this year in his return to the big leagues. He's still got the heavy fastball.
Totally agree.
But that changeup's become huge for him.
See ya.
Strike 3.
But then he
dart.
You think it's going to be the changeup because that's what the scouting report has told you, that he likes to strike you out with the changeup. So you might be sitting on it. Instead, you get the express. That's straight four-seam fastball. You know, Kelly Johnson thought it was away just from the way he took it.
I think Kelly hoped it was away.
Yeah, you're walking back and you're mumbling to the umpire. That wasn't a strike, but it was.
Here's Uribe. 6 foot and listed at 245 pounds.
Came up as a shortstop.
Came up as a shortstop. Two and 0. Rockies all of a sudden piling up the strikeouts. 7 of the last. I'm trying to think. 7 of the last 9 Braves have struck out. DJ backs up onto the grass. He'll throw out 1. 2 outs. That'll bring up Pierzynski.
Get a new baseball after that one hit the ground 2 or 3 times.
AJ came into the ball game 10 for his last 13. Comeback or a line out and a strikeout so far tonight for Pierzynski. So here's how the roster of pitchers went tonight. Kyle Kendrick, David Hale, Christian Friedrich, Scott Oberg, Boone Logan, Rafael Betancourt, and now Tommy Kahnle.
And nobody threw more than in 2 innings. Most you got was an inning and 2/3 from David Hale and Christian Friedrich.
Changeup.
That's why I referenced in Jess that it seemed like a spring training game because of the inning and 2/3 of an inning. Dandy changeup. Out front was AJ Pierzynski.
1-2. That's the emergency hack on the express.
That was the one he tried to foul off from Boone Logan in his last at bat. Didn't catch up to it. Kyle Parker with 4 hits tonight for the Topes.
Yeah, Kyle's been swinging it. This is bounced up the middle. Troy's going to be careful and keeps his footing. Did a nice job. Gets Pierzynski at first. Good job, Tommy Kahnle. A couple of ground balls and a strikeout. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Rockies lead it 5-3 over Atlanta. Eighth inning. It's time for the CenturyLink link to what's next. 3 more with the Braves, then it's the All-Star break. When the Rockies resume play in the second half, they will be in San Diego, and then they'll come home. They'll play the Rangers 3 times, and then the Cincinnati Reds will be in town as well. That's the schedule immediately following the All-Star break. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Charlie Blackmon's going to lead things off. It has been a tough night for everybody. Mark Raza and his crew, and the umpires, man, they've been out there a long time too. Let's not forget about those guys. You know, everybody gets to sit down in between innings except the umpires.
And or put on a clean shirt underneath your jersey. You don't have to stay in your jacket like the umpires. And Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, constantly surveying, talking to Mark Razum, and then
we haven't run out of Diamond Dry yet, huh?
Sure. Yeah, and hats off to the best grounds crew in baseball.
Charlie 1 for 4. Steps in against David Aardsma. I spent the morning at David's old ballpark, Cherry Creek High School.
Mark Johnson and that whole crew over there for the Bruins.
And this is going to sneak through the middle of the diamond. Charlie's got himself his second hit.
13th game of the season for Aardsma. The right-handers, but the left-handers, as we just witnessed with the base hit by Charlie, has given him fits. Still get the fastball 92 to 94 miles an hour. Slider and a split finger.
Up and in on Nolan Arenado. He was with the Dodgers through the first part of June, then was released and signed a few days later by Atlanta. That's smoked to short. Simmons has it for 1. And flip to Peterson on to Johnson. It's a 6-4-3. Who Wants Tacos fans, we invite you to follow @RootSports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special when the Rockies score 7 or more runs. Tulowitzki extended his hitting streak in the 4th inning with a line single to center. He's hit 21 consecutive games, longest in the big leagues this year. He's 1 for 3 tonight and has a sac fly to his credit as well.
Don't forget that he's extended the consecutive on base game streak to 36.
10 more to go to catch Michael Kadire. Cuddy reached 46 straight. Matt Holliday 38 straight back in 2007. Troy moved ahead of that tie he was in with Helton and Walker.
Now Holliday's the leader with 45.
Those marks are within a single season. Helton at a different point in Galarraga each had streaks of 41 straight reaching, but they were over 2 seasons. For Todd it was 07 into 08, and for the Big Cat it was 96 into 97. Rockies have been solid against the NL East. They're 7-7 against the East. Rockies with a spot tonight after scoring just 4 runs in their last 2 ball games. Here at home against the Angels. Tulo draws a walk. That'll bring up the baby bull. Rosario, an RBI double back in the first inning. 1 for 4 tonight.
Pinch runner.
And you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with Troy. I just think this has everything to do with that wet. And we know Troy. He's fine. This has everything to do with that wet feel. And Walt's saying, you know what? I'm not risking him. You can see how he had to come get that baseball, that slow.
Yes.
You know, that big chopper over the mound.
I'm not taking a
chance. On that surface with his history, it's not worth it. For 1 inning.
It's not. And that's why you get him out of there. I mean, it could be on a play. It could be just stepping on the bag with moisture on top of the bag if he went to turn a double play.
Yeah, how many times did your spike slip on a wet bag?
A lot, because there's nothing to grab it to. I mean, so you put your foot on the bag and it goes out, just a small tweak. We've seen one already happen tonight with David Hale. David Archibald keeps fiddling with the mound, trying to get some solid footing. Try to dig in there and get a push off, but the hitters are doing the same thing at the plate, watching them. Trying to get a good toe hold.
Line foul. 1-2. Hardsma, graduating from Cherry Creek, played his first year of college baseball at Penn State, and then he transferred to Rice. He finished his college career at Rice. He was a first-round pick of the Giants in 2003. When he left Rice, he had the single-season and career record for saves at Rice. In 03, the Rice Owls were national champions. And that is strike 3 on Willeen. So we'll go to the 9th inning. The Rockies 5 and the Braves 3. We'll see John Axford.
Save. Lots of diamond drag going around out there. Coming up on the Toyota post-game show, I have a feeling we're going to talk about some rain delays.
Yes, we are, Jenny. Shower hours, 2 more hours. That makes 22. Uncle Mother Nature. Colorado's green enough. Stop it.
We're going to talk about triple-double. Cargo gets 3 doubles to set a career high.
And how about a little chop this? Get rid of those tomahawk chops. Night 1, it would happen with a win. Hopefully, the Rockies can take care of the Braves. And we'll see you right after baseball. Drew and Jeff, we will send it to you.
What
Jenny,
was that, Uncle?
Thank you.
Uncle, please.
Uncle!
I said Uncle like 6 weeks ago. Didn't work.
Agree.
So again, more work. And listen, every half inning, this is what happens. The grounds crew runs out there with diamond dry.
And then what happens, maybe not tonight, but tomorrow, what they have to do is they have to take all of that off. When you think, oh, they'll just mix it in. No, you can't do that because then it becomes like a sandbox. So they got to take it all off.
Got to scrape it.
Scrape it all down. So I know they're sitting there going, okay, we put all this on. You know what that means, right? We got to take it off tomorrow.
John Axford will look to close it out. He'll get the bottom third of the Braves lineup, and Big John will be going for his 15th save.
We'll be dealing with Chris Johnson, Simmons, and then probably Siriaco as the pinch hitter. Just looking at some of the numbers. Here's Johnson 0 for 3 against John. Simmons 0 for 2. And we'll wait to see which pinch hitter they send up.
Here's Descalso taking over for Tulo at short. Chris Johnson coming up is 3 for 3 tonight. Double, couple singles.
John wants to wipe away the memory of last night quickly and efficiently. Get this lead, get the save, and try to do it before this clock strikes midnight.
Angels rallied against them in the 9th last night and defeated the Rockies 3-2. So here we go. Rockies looking for 3 outs to shake hands. First pitch, strike 1 against Chris Johnson.
That's a good sign, that first pitch strike fastball. John was hurt with the curveball, the base hit he gave up yesterday. Where's that? Maybe a couple seams out further than the first one.
John's ahead 1-2. You know what's going to be interesting? Who the official score determines is the winning pitcher tonight for the Rockies if John Axford can close it out.
Maybe Scott Ober, who finished the 5th inning, or Betancourt. I mean, that's up to the official score and his discretion.
My guess, based on where he pitched, it would be Scott Ober. But
right, that's what I mean. With so many guys,
it'll be an interesting decision. I agree with you. I mean, Betancourt for me would be a candidate. Inning in a 3rd. 2-2 on Johnson. First things first, got to get these 3 outs. And you know what's strange? For the first time in about 90 minutes, there's no rainfall.
I wasn't going to say anything about the R word.
Swung on and missed. John Axford without number 1 as he strikes out Chris Johnson.
He wasn't afraid to throw the curveball after getting burned last night. Last night was more of a roller. This one is not. That's a bite to it. That's why ball players have short memories.
Have to.
You do.
Andrelton Simmons will be next. A line out, a single, and a run scored, and a fly ball to right. The Atlanta shortstop 1 for 3. It is Pedro Ciriaco on deck. Ball and a strike.
Simmons was just acting. He was taking till he got a strike. There was no intent to swing. Just acted like it wasn't close and trying to buy one.
Oxford calls for it, and he throws it high. That ball is wet. And Simmons reaches on the throwing error by John Axford.
You see the motion that he was talking to Nick with. The ball slipped out of his hand. The Squibber out in front of the plate. Grabs it. Nick's pointing to first. And he just took off on him. But how about the backup for DJ and also Cargo? I know DJ gets the ball, but Cargo was going that way too. So you had two guys in position to not allow Simmons to get to second base.
Pinch hitter Pedro Ciriaco.
7 for 18. Pitch hitting. 4 RBIs.
And that's lined toward Cargo. He's going to move over and make the catch. 2 outs. So it'll come down to John Axford against Jace Peterson. The leadoff man for the Braves, 2 for 4 tonight. A 2-run double in the 5th inning.
Lane's moved back at first. They're not even holding Simmons on.
Swung on and missed. And that's fouled off. It's 0-2. Welcome to the weekend, everybody.
Early start on the Friday?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Stroke of midnight. The Rockies have 2 outs in the 9th inning. Leading 5-3 over the Braves. Jace Peterson came to the Padres, or came from the Padres in the Justin Upton deal last December, right before Christmas. 0-2's high, and now moving to second is Simmons.
Defensive indifference doesn't matter. His run. You just say, okay, we'll let you have second base. I'm not giving up any spot in the infield.
One-two. Swung on and foul, tipped into the glove of Nick Hundley, and that's the ball game. The Rockies win the first of 4 against the Braves on a rainy night at 20th and Blake. The final score, Colorado 5 and the Atlanta Braves 3. And the Rockies did it with a whole host of pitchers. In fact, LaTroy Hawkins, the only pitcher down in the bullpen not to be used this evening. Drew Stubbs hit a home run tonight. Carlos Gonzalez had 3 doubles. And the Rockies all smiles after another long night at the ballpark. So the Rockies win it 5-3. Time to get you to center field and the Twitter post-game festivities. Here's Jenny Kavnar. Jenny.
All right, Drew, thanks so much. Good morning, fellas.
I
We
just
spent
turned
a few
into a
mornings
pumpkin.
together. I know, right? After midnight again with all the rain coming